In F1 2019, you'll be invited to start your career by selecting a Formula 2 team. Driving for this team, you'll experience some key moments of a Formula 2 season, a thrill-packed racing championship in its own right, and the springboard to Formula 1. At the end of this feeder series, your choice of driver academy and your performance in F2 will determine the terms of the contracts offered by the teams as you embark upon your career in Formula 1 and begin to write your own chapter of motorsport history.
Charous's new driver really commanding the racing. Devon Butler still ruthlessly giving chase. These two have been really scrapping it out for the early wins in the championship. And something's wrong. Butler sees his chance. Some kind of mechanical failure. Picking up speed again. It's unclear what the issue was. Can they still finish this race?
Looks like an issue with the turbo. You've lost some speed at the top end, but you're very close to the finish. You can still compete and get some points here. Don't give up. Just do the best you can. We're all behind you. You. That's great. Lucas can push on now. Lucas wants me to pass on his thanks. I know it's frustrating, but you made the right call for the team. Now we're all with you. Just bring it home as best you can. achieved what we asked. Good job.
So Charus have won it, and what a great race it was. Davide, what do you think made the difference here?
I think what won them the race was their ability to adapt. At every point, they delivered what was needed. They were calm and steady when they needed to be, but they were ruthless and aggressive when it was demanded of them. There wasn't anything out there that they weren't prepared to handle. Let's see if they can keep it up this season.
It's time for those well-deserved celebrations. They may be one of the newer teams to join F2, but the Charus team have shown they're a force to be reckoned with, taking home the victory. Well done to everyone on the team. After this round of the World Championship, here's how things look in the drivers' table. It was not the best weekend for our championship leader, and their advantage at the top has been reduced. And so, driver of the day then, Davide Valsecchi, who do you think you'd go for?
Well, after a drive like that, it's got to be Alessio Lorandi. Very clean, very smooth. He can be really pleased with that one.
On to the teams then. Charus moved to the top of the table. After all this drama, you'd be mad not to join us for the next race. We hope to see you then. Take care.
There you are. That was an exciting race. It definitely got people talking about you, which means I was able to secure a quick interview.
Okay, we're all set over here.
Just a minute. Remember, anything you say to the press can go very, very public. So be relaxed, but also be conscious of what you're saying and how it might come across to other people, okay? I think we're ready.
Great. So Emma keeps telling me you're the one to watch this season. If that's true, you'll be doing plenty of these. Just remember, be yourself. And the more you can give me, the better this will go. Right, stand here. Turn a little this way for me. Perfect. Ready? An exciting race today. Let's get your perspective. So you and Lucas are new to the team. How are you settling in? Okay, so how did you feel about being ordered to give up the position to Lucas? Great. Well, that's everything.
Hey, look. I know that wasn't easy letting me pass, but it was the right choice. It was good driving.
Yeah, that's how I describe it, mate. Just good, not great. 1 in 6. 1 in 6 makes the leap to F1. The other 5 are still watching their less talented teammates collect all their points. Shame, really. A lot of great drivers never get their chance because they do it all for the team.
Those teams got us here.
Yeah, but it's the drivers that take the risk. We should get the rewards. Do you ever want to race in F1? That's how winners think.
And remind me, how many F1 races have you won?
You watch this space. At the end of this championship, I'll be the one lifting the trophy, and I won't use my teammates to nick the podium.
Okay, I'm out. You believe what you want, Devon, but it's still early days.
He's either very clever or you're just a pushover. You really think if the situation was reversed, he'd do the same for you? You want to start looking out for yourself. No one else will.
at them go! Devon Butler locked in wheel-to-wheel racing with his championship rival, desperate to shut them down and stop them getting past. And there's contact! Butler simply left them nowhere to go. There was just no way for them to have avoided that. And look, there's significant damage. Not sure if that was down to recklessness or sheer aggression, but I'm sure the stewards are going to have something to say very shortly.
Don't give up. You're still in this race. Devon in the pits. Devon's currently in P5. behind. Teammate by 27.0 seconds. Evans currently in 6th place, P6. Nice overtake. Evans currently in 6th place, P6. This is your final lap of the race. Currently in 6th place, P6. Finish. You stepped up and achieved what we asked. Good job.
That's it for another race and a fantastic win for Charus. So, Davide, what did you make of that?
Well, it was a bit of a roller coaster, I think. There will be a lot of cheering for today's win. Frankly, I'm amazed that Devon Butler only received a penalty for that collision already. But watching the rival he knocked out actually come back and beat him, that made this whole race worthwhile for me.
Looks like they're on their way out onto the podium now, and what a result this is, and a popular one with the crowd as well. Great stuff to see the Charus team on top here today. So then, it's time to see how this result affects the Drivers' Championship. The lead at the top has come down after a poor result for our points leader. And now, Davide Valsecchi, let me ask you, who is your driver of the day?
I have to give it to Roberto Meri. Was probably one of his best drivers of the season, and I was very impressed.
And now a look at the team standings. Charus moved further clear at the top of the table. Goodbye for now then, but we really are just getting started. Make sure you join us again for Lights Out tomorrow.
good day today. Let's have your take on it. Well, that was a great recovery today. Did you think it was all over when you had the collision with Devon? So did you ever think you'd get the place back from Devon? I've seen that you and Lucas have been picking up a lot of points recently. Great. Well, that's everything.
Ah, I was looking for you. Well, what can I say? I guess there's no other way to put this, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry for ever giving you the common respect that all racers deserve, because you don't deserve it, neither of you do. That was the dirtiest driving I've ever seen.
Ridiculous.
I thought exactly. I'm taking my line and I get smashed into? I'm fine, by the way, thanks for asking me. And then I'm penalised for the privilege.
You're unbelievable. You deserved every second of that penalty, maybe more. I mean, aside from trashing the car, did you ever stop to think that maybe someone could get hurt?
Yeah. Me!
Fine, but winning at any cost is your strategy, not ours. You better watch yourself.
Whatever.
Don't let him get in your head. He knows you're a better driver. So, on the track, stay away from him. He will try to force you into contact. That's how he wins, yeah? Let's get ready for the press briefing.
So here we are in Abu Dhabi. Each and every event in the Formula 2 calendar has led us here, to this, the final event of the championship, and one that promises to be a spectacle every bit as exciting as we might have hoped. So the Yas Island circuit offers 21 corners and a lap distance of around 3.4 miles. There are a few opportunities to pass with long straights and DRS zones in 2 places, turns 8 and 11. Plenty of close racing then, plenty of speed, and plenty of excitement for the fans, no doubt. Joining me for one last time here this year is Davide Valsecchi. Davide, I'm glad you're here, because I think I'm going to need help processing all this. Surely, this is as exciting as it gets.
Yeah, you're right, Alex. It's the perfect finale. 2 drivers, rivals of season, now going into the final race tied on points. Both way out in front at the top of the standings, meaning whichever of these 2 drivers cross the line first will be crowned champion. I can't wait.
Okay, this is it. Last race of the season. All you have to do is finish in the points ahead of Devon, and the next time we see each other, you'll be the F2 World Champion. No pressure then. Good luck. Currently in P5. So far, Devon's in P4 at the moment. Is in P3. In P3. Teammate behind is 11.4 seconds. Devon is in P3. race. Devon is in P3. Well done, good finish. You stepped up and achieved what we asked. Good job.
It's been my privilege over the years to witness a number of great sporting events, and here's another to add to that prestigious list. It's the ultimate dream for any racing driver. We have a new Formula 2 World Champion. Congratulations to Charus then for their excellent win today. Talk to me, Davide. Was it everything you hoped for?
Everything and more. He had it all. The rival, the tension, the excitement. These two drivers have been locked in fierce competition all season. And to see it comes down to head-to-head battle for the line like this, well, this kind of things doesn't happen very often. Devon put in a good performance throughout the championship, but today the accolade goes to his rival and the new Formula 2 champion.
That result also seals the Formula 2 World Championship title. Congratulations to our winner after an incredible season. We see a new name at the top of the championship table as we reach the end of the race weekend. Now then, Davide Valsecchi, who would you say was your driver of the day?
From my point of view, it's got to be to the Charus driver. Look at where they finished compared to where they started. It's not easy to cut through the field like that in Formula 2, so it was a great effort.
Where the result is finally beyond doubt, this amazing contest has finally drawn to a close. It's Charus leading the way and demonstrating the ingenuity of their team. They are Formula 2 team champions. And after all that excitement, I think it's time for a lie down. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you when Formula 2 returns.
First of all, congratulations. You must be thrilled. Wow, you're the driver's champion. How does it feel? So that was a thrilling end to the season. How was the race for you? Wow, we've been hearing rumours of a possible future for you in Formula 1. Care to comment? Appreciate your time.
Congratulations, mate. F2 champion.
Hey, congratulations. Enjoy it, because it's the last time it'll ever happen.
Devin, it's okay to be upset. You came very close.
Yeah, we know things would have turned out very differently if I didn't get slapped with that ridiculous penalty.
What is it with you and complaining?
Look, somehow you managed to do a lot of things right today. It's great. You needed the win, I didn't. For me, this was always just a stepping stone to F1. Oh, you two, you got your work cut out for you now that I'm gone. See, you're gonna have to prove to everyone it was more than just luck that got you here.
Sure. Winning one race is luck. Winning the championship is talent.
Really? Next time you use that incredible talent to ram into someone and steal all their points, remember they won't be as forgiving as I am. Well, this has been a lot of fun. I gotta run. Things to sign, important paperwork and all that. I'm sure you understand. Ciao!
So, with this big win, you're going to be getting a lot of interest. All I can say is choose wisely, or else you might end up with someone like Devin as your teammate. Come on, let's go celebrate.
Ah, welcome. Come on in. Take a seat. It's time we had the big conversation about your next move. Your performance at the F2 Championships last year got you a lot of attention from the Formula One teams. Some of it more positive than others. I'm not so concerned with who does or doesn't like you. You'll have plenty of time to win the doubters over. But I am concerned with our choices. They're narrowing as we haven't shown commitment to anyone. Now, as your agent, my advice is to make your decision now. We can worry about comfort and finer points further down the line. I need you to review these. You've earned every single one of these proposals. So take your time, have a read through, and don't get too hung up on specifics. Let's get you a Formula One seat. Excellent choice. From my conversations with them, they're going to be very excited to pursue this opportunity with you. I'll let them know our intentions immediately. I'll have to clean up some final details with them, but that's what you pay me for. Other than that, congratulations. You've earned it.
Oh, hey, you're here. I'll catch up with you. Sorry, I'm just on my way out, but your workstation's at the back over there. It should be all set up on the network, but let the guys know if it isn't. From there, you can access all the data you need to help us direct development of the car. Get yourself settled, and then head out to practice when you're ready. I'll catch up with you later, okay?
Welcome to your new team. Alfa Romeo Racing is the kind of team that other privateers aspire to be. No matter the challenges they face, this is a team that rises to the occasion and makes it out the other side. They need someone who can be consistent, resilient, and determined. And there's no doubt in my mind that you can give them those qualities.
Welcome to Melbourne and the inaugural event of the F1 2019 Championship season. The session is starting shortly and there's a real sense of anticipation in the air. A feeling that anything can happen this year, and if it does, well, this weekend could be the opening chapter to one of the most exciting F1 seasons ever. Joining me in the commentary box is, of course, Anthony Davidson. And it's great to have you back again. What can you tell us about this year's roster? There are some new faces this year, aren't there?
Absolutely, Crofty. There's been a number of interesting signings over the last few months. Where would you like to start?
Let's talk about Mia.
Right, well, this is definitely someone to keep an eye on. Well, they've been signed up likely in no small part due to the way they carried themselves in the Formula 2 Championship. They have a great track record of putting the team first. At one of the races, they even gave up their own position when their car had a technical issue, so that their teammate Lucas Weber, who also debuts here today, could get ahead. That kind of team spirit could take them a long way this season.
Those two aren't the only new faces from Formula 2 this season, are they?
No, this season will introduce fans to George Russell and Lando Norris, two very promising young British drivers. Plus, we'll meet Alexander Albon from Thailand, and finally, Devon Butler. Now, Devon was a bit of a controversial figure in Formula 2 last year. He racked up a lot of penalties over the course of the season, including one where he collided with his closest rival. It was an arsey clip. Now, certainly after the event, they were nothing but professional in terms of how they spoke about the incident with Devon, but it's hard to imagine them being as polite about it behind closed doors. I think this rival will be one to keep an eye on over the next few races, as both drivers take their first steps into the world of Formula 1.
This first race of the season is always quite difficult for us trackside, and for those back at the factory as well, as it's the first time the car has run since winter testing. The more consistent mileage you can get in these sessions, the happier we'll be.
In the unforgiving world of Formula 1, free practice sessions are a vital part of any...
The session has drawn to a close, so let's review our top three. Albon, Hamilton and Carlos Sainz. Sadly, it's time to say goodbye as free practice is over. However, we'll be back shortly for more Formula 1 action.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. It's been a lot of hard work, but here you are making your debut in Formula 1. You must be thrilled. So how are you finding things at the team? Are you settling in? What are you expecting out of this season? Are you just aiming to find your feet in Formula 1, or do you see something more? Appreciate your time.
New drivers, new cars, it's a new Formula One season. But it's the same Albert Park that we've come to know and love for more than 2 decades now that plays host to round 1 of a 21-race championship that takes us from here in Australia across the globe and the eventual season finale at the Yas Island circuit in Abu Dhabi. The Melbourne circuit is certainly one that needs to be taken seriously. Its combination of slippery surfaces and difficult corners make it a tricky track when it comes to overtakes. Drivers find it hard to pass and will need to take full advantage of those DRS zones if they want to have any hope of breaking through. We have plenty of changes to the sport this year with tweaks to the regulations, a fresh-looking spread of tyre compounds, and of course some changes to the roster of car manufacturers. It's goodbye to Sauber and hello once again to the classic name of Alfa Romeo in Formula One. It's also goodbye to Force India. They've been rebranded as Racing Point. Joining me to take you through all the action of the 2019 Formula One season is Anthony Davidson. And it's great to have you with us.
Thanks, Crofty. Always happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to getting underway. Last year was Mercedes' 5th Constructors' title in a row, although for the first half of the season it was absolutely neck and neck with the Ferraris. Hopefully this year we can see the chasing pack take that final step, as I'd love to see a championship contest all the way up to the final race in Abu Dhabi. Another story to keep an eye on is the performance of Red Bull, who have switched to the Honda power unit this year. What that will mean for both their performance and reliability remains to be seen.
Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's race. Valtteri Bottas lines up on pole position, and Lewis Hamilton completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Verstappen, Vettel, Charles Leclerc and Albon, Magnussen, Grosjean, Perez and Daniel Ricciardo, Hülkenberg, Norris, Carlos Sainz and Stroll, Fiat, Giovinazzi, Devon Butler and Lucas Faber, Russell and Mir. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
First race of the season, and unfortunately we're at the back of the grid. Show the team what you can do. DRS when you are within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone. nice overtake. Seem to have an issue. We're coming in this lap. Moving to mix 2. Fuel to mix 2. This lap, keep an eye on your distance to the speed limit line as you approach, and make sure you don't speed.
There's a huge amount of time to be won and lost in the pits, but ensure that you don't get too greedy as you approach the pit lane speed limit line. On the approach...
Exit now. You'll be racing as you leave the pits. Go, go, go. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now. right. Antonio in the pits. Caution, caution. Okay, clear. Seeing a gap form. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. The gap to the car ahead is 3.0 seconds. Starting to catch the car in front, but we need to look after the tyres. We won't be making another pit stop. Yellow flag. Green flag. Great maneuver. You made it look easy. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. Engine off. Over. Take care of the car on the way in.
Ferrari have really pulled it out of the bag today. It's a great win. Anthony Davidson, how do you think they were able to set themselves apart today?
Well, I think it was clear what the main contributing factor out on the track was today: speed. I know it sounds like an obvious thing to say, Crofty, but fast cars win races, and we saw that today with our winner.
Ferrari are at it again, an excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there. And now let's take a look at the driver's standings. Sebastian Vettel is our new championship leader after a great result. Some amazing talents out on the track today. But Anthony, who would you pick as your driver of the day?
I have to give it to Mia. There was a lot going on all down the field, but they were the only one who I really felt maximised their potential.
It's time to check out the constructors' standings. Ferrari take the lead at the top of the table. Well, Ant, an end to another fantastic weekend of racing. Thanks to everyone who joined us, and we'll see you for the next one.
You're not the only driver to be hounded by the press. Emails like the one I've just sent you will give you an insight on how your former Formula 2 rivals are handling the press. Be sure to check your emails regularly, as I'll be sure to send you any of the more, let's say, interesting press transcripts that come my way. Looks like one of your rivals has also been invited to a historical event. This could be a good opportunity to play up your rivalry for the press and expand your reputation.
Now, while today's classic exhibition event has no direct impact upon the Formula One World Championship, you better believe that with their reputations on the line, the drivers down there are still hungry to show that they've got what it takes to get a win.
Practice sessions are vital for the continuing development of the car, but if you need to, you can choose to simulate the session instead. It won't be as effective as having you behind the wheel directly, but it's better than missing the session entirely.
Winning rivalries is a great way to earn respect from your team and around the paddock, which will help make it easier to negotiate favourable contracts. Your first rival is always your teammate, but you can choose who to declare as your second. The harder the rival from the eligible selection, the more respect you stand to gain or lose depending on the result.
The curtain rises once more then on the desert stage of Sakir as the players take their places for the opening act. Will they enthrall us like they did in 2014 with that titanic battle between Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton? Well, we'll find out shortly as we get underway here in Bahrain. We'll be racing around 3.36 miles of the magnificent Bahrain International Circuit today. Keep an eye out for drivers locking the front left down into the tricky braking zone of turn 10. Anthony Davidson, a very warm welcome to you as you join me in the commentary box for today's event. Let's talk about Mir. As with all the drivers at this level, they have a lot of ambition, but Formula One's a daunting step up from any other series, so expectations are high right from the start.
That's right, it is a difficult environment to come into. In junior categories, you're competing against drivers with similar levels of experience, but some of these guys in Formula One have been there for over a decade. But I have to say, in this case, it's so far so good.
Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Lewis Hamilton lines up on pole position, with Charles Leclerc alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Albon, Verstappen, Kevin Magnussen, and Grosjean, Norris, Sainz, Butler, and Sergio Perez. Bottas, they've taken a grid penalty. Weber, Antonio Giovinazzi, and Vettel, Stroll, Ricciardo, Nico Hülkenberg, and Mir, Kvyat, and George Russell ends our grid lineup. And now, it's time to head down to the track.
Now that we've got some points on the board, let's continue this form and aim for another top 10 finish. fastest lap for the race. Last stop, no more scheduled pit stops. Some information on Butler. It looks like the problem is terminal. They're retiring the car. For the mediums, car behind on the medium tyre. Our gap behind is 2.1 seconds. Stop. We're not going to be able to run in this engine mode much longer. We're about a lap over target. Drop down to mix too soon. Laps of fuel remaining. You're increasing are behind by 0.5 per lap. Slow. Remaining. Extra fuel. Fuel target +1. Some information on Leclerc. They're slowing down. It seems like there's some kind of problem with their car. Out in front. laps over your left. We're leading our teammate by 19.1 seconds. Up and achieve what we asked. Good job.
Yet another historic win under their belts. Well done to the team at Mercedes. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
I feel like consistency was probably the key today. There's being quick, and then there's being quick lap after lap after lap. If you can do that, you can capitalise on other people's errors without making many of your own. And that's an approach that can push you a long way up the field.
So after a magnificent race, we can now see the drivers making their way to the podium. Once again, it's the Silver Arrows who take top spot, a well-earned victory for Mercedes. And after this round of the World Championship, here's how things look in the Drivers' Table. Lewis Hamilton takes over the lead of the Drivers' Championship after an excellent result. After an incredible day of racing, who was your driver of the day, Ant?
I have to give it to Mia. Look at where they finished compared to where they started. It's not easy to cut through the field like that in Formula One, so it was a great effort.
It's time to see how things are shaping up in the Constructors' Championship. It was a tough race for our championship leaders who lose ground at the top of the table. It was also a strong Grand Prix from Haas F1 this weekend. Fantastic work from the American team to move themselves further up the table. It's been an absolutely wild weekend of Formula One action. I can't wait to see what's next.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that.
You gained a lot of positions during the race, didn't you? You're breaking all expectations. What's your secret?
It wasn't the cleanest race today, was it? How do you think Devon will react to having not been able to finish today's race? Appreciate your time.
Great work. That's exactly the kind of result I'm looking for. Keep it up.
It's time to find out which driver is up to the task of claiming the Chinese Grand Prix. We're here in Shanghai. The ever-tightening turns 1 and 2 will prove tricky in the slippery conditions here at Shanghai, and anyone that slides wide will lose a lot of time getting back on track. Turn 14 should still be the best place for overtaking, but we'll have to see some improvement in the weather before the drivers can take advantage of that DRS assistance. And I'm joined once again by Anthony Davidson to bring you the lowdown for today's race. So, let's briefly discuss Lewis Hamilton. As ever, the threat of unreliability is never far away, and indeed they'll be starting out of position today due to a power unit component change. So it's going to be a difficult task to move forward from there.
Everyone has to deal with penalties or reliability issues from time to time throughout their career. You just have to suck up the pain and get on with the job at hand. Today isn't about performing a miracle to put the car back where it should be. It's about effective damage limitation.
It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he starts from pole position. And starting alongside in P2 is Sebastian Vettel. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Bottas, Leclerc, Sergio Perez, and Sainz, Hülkenberg, Albon, Stroll, and Devon Butler, Ricciardo, Hamilton, Lando Norris, and Kvyat, Magnussen, Giovinazzi, Romain Grosjean, and George Russell, Weber, and Mir. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Okay, here we go. I know what you can do. Don't let me down. Seem like the fastest tyre for now. the top 10. Gap to teammate behind is 4.5 seconds. Situation, but I don't think we have cause to move on to a different tyre yet. Has been enabled. DRS is now enabled. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Copy. Don't forget, box this lap. Antonio is in the pits. Antonio in the pits. Go. Exit now. We're racing on the exit. Release. Release. We'll be doing one more stop today. One stop left in our strategy. teammate by 16.2 seconds. this lap, push now. To pit this lap. Exit now. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. is 3.0 seconds. 4 seconds. We have 2 laps of fuel remaining. Antonio is coming in for a stop. Okay, the incident has been cleared. Let's get back up to racing speed. Some information on Valhalla, they are out of the race. This is your final lap of the race. Less than a lap of fuel now. The tank is empty. That's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Fermé.
Great effort there from Ferrari to take the victory today. What do you think it was, Ant, that gave them the edge over the competition today?
I think a large part of the result comes down to temperament. They were able to keep their heads when everyone around them was losing theirs, and that's allowed them to get the best out of the car, to maximise the strategy, and to stay out of trouble.
And here we are, a team that is no stranger to the podium, taking their place on top once again. A sublime race today, and a stunning win for Ferrari. Let's see how the driver standings have changed. And with today's impressive result, Charles Leclerc steps into the championship lead. So, Anthony Davidson, who would you rank as your driver of the day?
I have to give it to Mia. Look at where they finished compared to where they started. It's not easy to cut through the field like that in Formula 1, so it was a great effort.
It's time to see how things are shaping up in the Constructors' Championship. Ferrari continued to extend the gap at the top of the table. Another team that excelled today was Williams, who make further progress up the table. After an event like that, who knows what the sport has in store for us next time? Be sure to join us again as we continue to bring you the latest excitement in Formula 1.
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts.
You were cutting your way through the field during the race. You really looked in control of your car out there. Your team must be thrilled. Do you have any comments about the collisions? That was a good race for Lucas. Are you pleased to see him doing well? Great. Well, that's everything.
Remember to select a driver that you consider your rival from the rivalry screen on the workstation. Performing well against your rival can earn you respect and better terms when it comes to our contract reviews. Here you can see a list of eligible drivers to declare as your rival. The more challenging they are to beat, the more the paddock will respect you for succeeding. Just be aware, you'll lose the same amount of respect if you come off second best, so it may be wise not to be overly ambitious.
Putting aside for a moment the excitement of the Formula 1 World Championship, today's historic invitational makes a nice change of pace. It not only serves as a way to revisit some of the best cars in the sport's history, but also gives the drivers the opportunity to show off their skills and demonstrate to the crowds exactly why their reputations are so well deserved.
Congratulations on your success in the Invitational event. It might not help you in the championship standings, but it definitely helps to build your reputation.
Good afternoon and welcome to Baku. This was the arena, if you think back to 2017, of one of the most eventful races of modern history, with controversy behind the safety car, last-second overtakes, and a historic podium for Williams and for Lance Stroll. So let's find out what lies in store for us this year. It's time for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. It's 3.7 miles around a lap of Baku City Circuit then, with 7 rights and 13 lefts, giving us a total of 20 corners. Watch out for the safety car today. Incidents are already common on this circuit, and the wet conditions will only make things worse, particularly through the incredibly narrow Turn 8. Joining me for the Grand Prix once again is Anthony Davidson. Let's talk about Mia. They're still relatively new to a sport which does have a high learning curve and, of course, little tolerance for mistakes.
And this is something that has ended the career of many a young driver, as that leap up to Formula 1 proves to be too much. But luckily in this case, I'd say they're doing a good, solid job, and the risk the team took in signing them is definitely starting to pay off.
It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Charles Leclerc lines up on pole position, and it's Lewis Hamilton alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Vettel, Bottas, Alexander Albon, and Perez, Grosjean, Magnussen, Stroll, and Carlos Sainz. Norris, Giovinazzi, Max Verstappen. They'll be starting further back after an earlier grid penalty. And Hülkenberg, Weber, Butler, George Russell, and Mir, Ricciardo, and Daniel Kvyat completes the grid. Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Keep your eyes open on the run to turn 1 and keep it clean. We want to come out in one piece. Good luck. We're seeing major wing damage. Box, box, box. Okay. strategy is available on the MFD. Okay, be wary. Replace that front wing. Box now. Are you okay? That was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. Keep your eyes open. Receive you at the end of this lap. Heavy rain will last in 5 minutes and will be replaced by light rain conditions. Inters look like the best tyre for now. Engine off, engine off. Fastest tyre for now. We're at +1 lap of extra fuel. Fuel target +1. has certainly eased off for the time being, but we've still got a lot of standing water out there. We're happy for you to stay out on the inters for now. seconds. stopping anytime soon. We should see a dry line start to form fairly rapidly, so make sure to cool your tyres down the straights. Inters look like the best tyre for now. At least before we start feeling too many tyre issues, they seem in good condition for the time being. What happened? Let me know you're okay. Continue to cut corners, the stewards will give you a penalty. Tyres for the time being. Is 1.5 seconds. Green flag. To start thinking about slicks, let's hold on to the inters for a while longer. back to the car behind by a few seconds per lap. Keep this up. Fastest lap of the race so far. Have now enabled DRS. DRS is now online. Some information on Weber. They have an issue with their car. They're going to be slow. That's a new fastest lap for the race. job, my friend, top job. I was a bit worried about this one at the start of the weekend, but you pulled through. Thank you.
So, another fantastic victory for the Silver Arrows. Talk to me, Ants. What was it that set them apart from the competition today?
Well, time management probably played quite a large role in the outcome of this one. As ever, it's not just about speed, it's all about maintaining that speed consistently over a stint, over a race distance. So being able to keep up the lap times while still being smooth on the controls and gentle on the tyres, that's really where the race was won today.
And I can see the drivers starting to approach the podium for the victory celebrations. A real team victory today. Everybody played their part. Congratulations then to Mercedes, your race winners today. Let's have a quick look at how the driver standings have changed. After an incredible performance, Lewis Hamilton secures the top spot in the Drivers' Championship. Now, let's discuss, Ants. Who would you say is a contender for Driver of the Day?
I have to give it to Mia. They fought so hard and had incredible pace at times, so I don't think anyone else did a better job today.
Let's move on to the Constructors. The lead at the top comes down after a strong weekend from the challenging pack. Well, that was certainly an incredible weekend of racing. Be sure to join myself and Ant for more exciting Formula One action soon.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. You really cut your way through the field today. What was your strategy? Your team must be ecstatic with how you're performing. It's the start of the season. How do you think things are going to go for you? How do you feel the weather affected the outcome today? Appreciate your time.
Excellent result today. Finishes like that will look good on your contract reviews. On to the next one. It's time for us to renegotiate your contract. Here you can see the current deal. Once negotiations begin, the team will make you an offer. You can accept if you like, but I strongly suggest we push for better terms. From here, we can change the team that we're negotiating with. There's no rule saying you need to stay in the same seat forever. Selecting a team here only affects the negotiation. The actual move won't take place until the following race weekend. They didn't like those terms. Let's try again. We're asking for too much here. We need to make some compromises. I'm afraid negotiations have broken down, and there's nothing more I can do. Luckily, we had the team's original offer to fall back on, so we've agreed to those terms. We'll have another chance to negotiate down the road.
What does the Spanish Grand Prix have in store for us today, I wonder? I hope we see some tight wheel-to-wheel action down the main straight, circa Mansell and Senna way back in '91, or maybe we'll have a more strategic race here on a track where overtaking can be difficult. The Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, a track that will certainly force the drivers to push themselves. It consists of a very impressive main straight going into turn 1. It's a straight that also offers a DRS zone, so it's likely to be a hot spot for overtakes. Also here, of course, is Anthony Davidson. Let's talk about Mir. As with all the drivers at this level, they have a lot of ambition, but Formula One's a daunting step up from any other series, so expectations are high right from the start.
And unfortunately, I don't think they're meeting those expectations at this point. The team took a gamble on a new driver, and so far it's not paying off. Excuses don't last long in this sport, so I hope that they're able to find some improvement soon.
Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Young superstar Max Verstappen starts from pole position, just edging out Alexander Albon, who'll start from P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Bottas, Vettel, Lewis Hamilton and Leclerc, Ricciardo, Sainz, Magnussen and Lance Stroll, Perez, Butler, Romain Grosjean and Kvyat, Giovinazzi, Norris, Lucas Faber and Nico Hülkenberg, Russell and Mir. Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Okay, be wary of the cars ahead. race officials have enabled DRS. DRS is now available. That move was illegal. Return the position. Engine is looking a little. Power output will be less than optimal. Damage to your wing suggests we box the changes. A new strategy is available on the MFT. You need to slow down before hitting the corners. We don't want to get a penalty. You need a new front wing. Box now. Understood. Stopping this lap. last lap. Times are falling off. We want you to pit in for repairs. Box, box, box. Go now. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now. is 4.7 seconds. Has come in to fit the mediums. Car ahead, now running medium tyres. Okay, this is Jeff. I need you to stop cutting the corners. If you keep it up, the stewards will award you a penalty. Awarded a time penalty. Will go against our finishing time at the end of the race. Antonio is in the pits. Antonio in the pits. 0 seconds. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. Verstappen's out in front. significant damage to its front wing and will be losing downforce. Is 14.9 seconds. A big one. Confirm you're okay, please. Laps of fuel left. pick up rubber and bring it home.
Red Bull pulling out all the stops today. What a great win. Anthony Davidson, what helped them deliver this result, do you think?
I really feel the track layout combined with the track temperatures we saw today suited their car. These cars come alive when the tyres are just at the right temperature, and the driver did a great job managing that as well. They just look so comfortable out there. It's like anything, it always looks so easy when it all just clicks.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be proud of the victory they secured here. So, let's review the drivers' standings. It's a great result for Lewis Hamilton, who moves further ahead at the top of the table. Let's focus on the driver of the day, Anthony Davidson. Who do you pick?
I have to give it to Mia. They did a great job at getting the most out of their tyres without losing pace, something that's a very handy skill to have in modern-day Formula One.
It's time to check out the constructors' standings. Ferrari continue to extend the gap at the top of the table. It's been an absolutely wild weekend of Formula One action. I can't wait to see what's next.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. Did you struggle to get through all that traffic today? It's safe to say you're smashing everyone's expectations. How did you feel when you saw your old rival from F2 have to withdraw? Some excellent overtaking moves from your former teammate today. Did he learn some of them from you? Great. Well, that's everything.
Great work. That's exactly the kind of result I'm looking for. Keep it up. Looks like one of your rivals is also going to an upcoming historical event. If you choose to take him on, it might help get your name out there a bit.
Welcome to today's invitational event, where some of the world's finest drivers will be treating us to a special exhibition of some of the sport's most iconic cars.
Congratulations on your success in the Invitational event. It might not help you in the championship standings, but it definitely helps to build your reputation.
We're here at the magical Circuit de Monaco for one of the most challenging qualifying sessions on the Formula One calendar.
Excellent lap. We're really pleased.
We're all ready for tomorrow's race.
All right.
Recommend you box for a new one. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. damaged. Expect a lot of understeer unless we replace it. A new strategy is available on the MFT. Time penalty. Antonio's dropped out of the race. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. A new strategy is available on the MFT. Continue to cut corners, the stewards will give you a penalty. misbehave yourself from now on, we're going to end up disqualified. Are you all right? Engine off, engine off. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Okay, update on the car for you. Tyres are looking very nice. Shouldn't have to worry about the wear too much right now. What happened? Let me know you're okay. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Blue flag. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. We're not racing the car behind. Let them past when you can. That looked bad. Are you all right? Let me know you're all right. A new strategy is available on the MFD. That's our racer. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Race over. Stewards have black flagged you. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Got that confirmed? Blue flag, blue flag. Black flag, we're out of the race. Go, go, go. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. Box, we're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Please.
It was a magnificent race and a drive right out of the top draw to take the win for Renault. Anthony Davidson, as today's winners make their way up the podium steps, the team at Renault have shown once again what it takes to build a successful Formula One team. A well-deserved win for them. So let's review the updated driver standings. Charles Leclerc assumes the lead in the standings after today's outstanding result. Some amazing talent out on the track today, but Anthony, who would you pick as your driver of the day?
Well, there's no question in my mind, it has to go to George Russell. What a performance.
Bad luck out there today. Let's talk about it. You had a few bumps and scrapes today. Who would you say is at fault? Not a good race for Lucas. How do you think he'll be feeling about not finishing? Devon got a DNF result today. That's got to be tough to come back from. That crash looked pretty serious. Can you walk me through what happened? Great. Well, that's everything.
Here we are then, the calm before the storm, as we wait for this field of iconic cars to burst into life for the historic invitational event today. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to be here and welcome along to all of you at home as well. So grab a cup of tea and get ready as our competitors make their final preparations.
Congratulations on your success in the Invitational event. It might not help you in the championship standings, but it definitely helps to build your reputation.
We're back once again beside the St. Lawrence River here in Montreal for the Canadian Grand Prix. The event first moved to a variant of this track back in 1978. It was won by none other than Gilles Villeneuve, the first Canadian to ever win his home race, and in whose honour the circuit would be renamed. It's one of the fastest races of the season here at the circuit Gilles Villeneuve, with around 60% of this 2.7-mile circuit taken at full throttle. There are 14 corners to navigate, the very last of which has its very own infamous history. Could be the cause of a safety car today. Anthony Davidson is alongside me as usual for the race today. Let's talk about Mia. They're still relatively new to a sport which does have a high learning curve and, of course, little tolerance for mistakes.
And this is something that has ended the career of many a young driver, as that leap up to Formula One proves to be too much. And I'm a bit worried that's exactly what we're seeing here. They haven't really found their feet, they're making silly mistakes, and as you imply, at this level, you're expected to perform.
Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's race. An immense lap from Lewis Hamilton yesterday puts him on pole position, and Valtteri Bottas will line up alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Vettel, Albon, Max Verstappen and Leclerc, Magnussen, Stroll, Sainz and Lando Norris, Ricciardo, Perez, Romain Grosjean and Faber, Giovinazzi, Hülkenberg, Daniel Kvyat and Devon Butler, Russell and Mir. And with lights out,
Keep your eyes open on the run to...
The drag reduction
excess fuel. We'll be back on target soon. Don't wait too long to turn the engine down. They seem to have an issue. seconds a lap. Seeing a loss of power on the turbocharger now. Loss of power on the turbo. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Okay, copy that. Gap to teammate behind is 17.3 seconds. Go now. Antonio is coming in for a stop. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. has just moved into first place. Antonio is in the pits. Antonio in the pits. It seems they fixed whatever the problem was. They're coming back up to speed. That's a new fastest lap for the race. There's 6 laps of fuel remaining. Pace is strong, but be aware your tyres need to go the distance. first place. Is 1.8 seconds. We have 2 laps of fuel remaining. This is your final lap of the race. Race over. Take care of the car on the way in.
So, another excellent win from Ferrari. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
Well, I honestly feel it was down to the driver and car today. I mean, we can talk driver skill all day, but if you don't have a solid team to back that, you're never going to get anywhere. When you hit that sweet spot of having both an excellent driver and an incredible car, that's when you see results like those we witnessed today.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again. Let's have a look then at the drivers' standings. Charles Leclerc, currently leading the championship standings, extends his lead even further with this result. After an incredible day of racing, who was your driver of the day, Ant?
I have to give it to Mia. They pushed and pushed and found some fantastic performance. It was just a pleasure to watch.
Let's move on to the constructors. Ferrari continued to extend the gap at the top of the table. Meanwhile, a strong weekend from Red Bull this time out, and they improved their position in the championship. After an event like that, who knows what the sport has in store for us next time? Be sure to join us again as we continue to bring you the latest excitement in Formula One.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that.
You gained a lot of positions during the race, didn't you? You're surpassing all expectations. Can anything or anyone stop you? You've had experience with Devon's fast, Things are really heating up between you and your rival, aren't they?
Appreciate your time.
Excellent result today. Finishes like that will look good on your contract.